Yeah, what up, bro? Yeah, the creator code is whenever if you're gonna spend in the game, you put in that code and the creator we guess like we get a percent. Guess with the money. They only like it works on like just essential because I made uh maybe affiliate partner with Epic Games. Oh, they give me I put in for it criteria. So if anybody's watching the game, they can. Yeah, pretty much, bro. Get paid now, not just from ads, play the game as well. But the ultimate goal is to become a partner. Yeah, so that way I can get sponsored by them. That's what I'm working on right. If anything, I'm gonna try to do it for AN2 as well. That comes out. Yeah, bro, you're gonna like it. That's something like, oh damn, sure, we should jump on it. I don't know if you have a piece not computer, because that's what you need. And I know there's the mobile port though. Mobile is just for regular shit like crafting and stuff like that. Actually, dungeon, pretty sick. I'm excited. That should come out like probably September or October. But it's been confirmed it's coming out this year. And you can add it to stream the wish list. I already did on my wish. That's pretty cool. Pretty nice game. It is, but you know, time is zipping by fairly quickly. So before you know it, September or October, like first week or second week. It's pretty cool. It's been out over there like now, maybe 6 months. But you know, I mean, I play it, but I can't stream it because the lag is just I don't think, but lag like that. So it's out. It's pretty good. I'm gonna play the assassin since they reworked it. And if I can build another computer before it comes out, my fucking shooting my computer, healing duty, to heal. They know that class like she double crossed me, Raven. I told her, hey, Raven, I need you to be the healer. That goofy behind me, a fucking Night Ranger, and now just to end up switching to Lancaster and put it with double cross me, bro. And trust me, this time I'm gonna sit on a, I'm gonna be on her neck by creating a cleric. That way she can. You know, so there's no if, hands, or buts about it. Yeah, I'm trying though. I'm trying to have one built, but you know the parts are so I'm trying to build a different one. Like I did this one. We don't have right now. It's about 4 or 5 years old. So I mean, it's still functional because back then I had to. Now I'm waiting for the memory price to go down, which seems like it's crashing right now. Price is normalized, then I. But yeah, the game is pretty fun. You like it though. You kind of play. Yeah, but it's going down now. Give me 1 second, bro. I'll be right back. Hi, Brody. I'm back. I bet I had to take in some. I had to take in some. Wait,
혹시 물약이
this is the one.
떨어질까?
Lens of Salvation.
이 정도면 충분.
The damn dogs, right? You should just go to the freaking Shieldman, a different area. Having to do dogs. Those dogs are really. And then again, I didn't have on my AOE at all, so I didn't jump. I wasn't even paying attention. That's why I don't do this. I don't do that particular. I'm with someone else. Yeah, man, them damn dogs. They hit so freaking hard as well. It's all good, man. Yeah, yeah. Oh shit, that's hilarious. Dogs will give you a run for your money. That's for damn.
어서 와요. 싼 값에 잘.
Still no. Those are the best quests. That's all I ever grab. All right, brother. That's cool. I think whenever I do build my PC, I try a different brand because I only build with Asus. Try something different. Yeah, I'm sure though. I mean, it's the weekend though. You can kind of crash out and relax. And tomorrow, Saturday. No, I think I'm gonna use like maybe MSI because I always go with Asus. All my monitors, Asus. My computer, Asus. Down to my GPU, my freaking motherboard. One thing different is my memory stick. I think every other component. So I'm gonna try MSI. And some then again, Asus they're usually more expensive than any other brand. Buying the freaking name brand, bro. Not the shit that they freaking do. Just of a price for no reason. You know they do have some good shit though. Yeah, that's unfortunate though. Just hoping the market would have normalized the way you don't have to spend a whole ass load of money just to get the minimum. Because back in the day, I can build a whole freaking top tier computer, them to 2500. Right now, this day and age, just GPU alone is them to 3,000 bucks. If we get the top of the line GPU like the Asus Matrix GPU, that mofo like freaking 7 grand for a freaking GPU. On what planet is that freaking normal? Like this bugs makes no sense. They can't even get top of the line compared to them with having to spend a whole freaking car. Like they might use to buy a used car for is what they use now for 7 grand. You can buy a used car for that shit, which is usually be more beneficial. They're losing it. The economy all fucked up since this ass Trump got us in his stupid war. They ain't got nothing to do. Prices are going up, gas prices going, everything's like that shit. Bro, this war has nothing to do. Why the heck we're fighting? Yeah, man, and it's this war, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like we had, like I said, we had absolutely nothing because this is Israel's war, and they're fighting this war for no damn for no good reason at all because like the Iranians. I don't know what the problem is. Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump's lapdog. He's well, Trump is his lapdog, and we just do his bidding. I don't know what kind of blackmail or what it has against. Because before Trump got in office, his campaign was no new wars, right? And look at him now. How many people have died already? Nuked the whole freaking school, killing over 150 kids. Just stupid shit. I don't understand what's going on. Again, our people, brothers and yeah, but hopefully, just like whenever crypto was booming and then GPU prices was going up because mining crypto, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and once that freaking bubble burst, prices went. COVID happened and shortages, and Nvidia capitalized on that, where they were freaking charging double. All of a sudden, now that COVID, okay, still charging the same prices because people were willing ridiculous prices for it. So, oh, damn, people pay for it? Yeah, because people were stuck at home. They needed something. All of a sudden, look at now. Prices high. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Shit's all fucked up, bro. Crazy. Oh, yeah. So I'm just looking at parts and that, and I'm thinking, because, I always like Asus brand. They have the new freaking case I wanted to get, the Helios. Knowing that, oh, because I like building, like, towers, ATX towers, whenever I build. I don't like compact. So, if I do plan to move, I do. Because the less shit I have to move, the better. This damn computer case, this computer like freaking like them. Yeah, so in a sense, I'm gonna give my girl this computer. That way she can get, because she's not a gamer like that. Playing on a mobile phone. I got her into playing, but she plays Raven as well. She doesn't want to join the guild because on off and on. Yeah, and that's one of the things when I be my computer. I would like to future proof it. So, and that way I can run games. Yeah, she's on our server. Yeah, so she's just playing. Yeah, she's like we started together, and she's still freaking. She just made what, like, girl. And I told her get a divine caster to begin with. I'm gonna try the Night Ranger. Oh, she a goofy. I can do Night Ranger now. Next time I have to switch a class to a caster, which is a lot easier for us pushing content because they can kind of self-sustain. So that's to get the valor skill for buffing attacks and accuracy. Plan to get. Yeah, so that's what she's doing now. So I'm gonna have to help her. The only thing is, like, as far as bosses, so she has to figure. He also made a healer burning server. I just transferred it over here. I think I'm at level. I gotta work on that one, but I want to be spending having to spend. Oh damn! So on the 28th, that's what they're gonna shut down that server. Transfer the class out to the server. That's all. I was trying to level up my healer so I can have a pocket heal. Oh yeah, we done already? Oh wow, that was fast. Nice. Oh, you ready for the reset? Instant. I feel you, bro. I definitely feel you. Yeah, there's no fun in that. Work, especially working for some. Yeah, otherwise I'll be at work too. All my surgeries I, which the work is one I could screw me over. Guess I'm just going. I'm gonna sit. No, no. And finish my event. Get knocked out. I mean, even though we have like 30 something days to get it done. On my this over here. Call them. This the a half anniversary festival. Get this all completed. Get this damn box. Getting close. We have to try and get it knocked out, and once we're done with this, I'll go into. Yeah. Gotta finish this shit up. Because I've been working on. I finished. I'm almost done with this one. Got to do a special quest. This one. I have to get it all done. Yeah, quite a few things to get done. And like I said, we have 32 days, but you know, time flies by just quickly, quickly. That's all. So this is after the patch. Got this. Yeah. I wonder what I see a battle. So you get some from plugging them. I've been getting them from. Let's see this one. All right, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna go into the. I can get. Oh, I think I was in it. Then I go to the lower tier though. Lower tier, so that way I can just. Yeah. I want to go into the abyss because that motherfucker. If I'm AFK, if I'm not paying it, that fucking guy, man. Looking for his ass yesterday, I couldn't find him. Yeah, that way you can kill him way faster, like one hit. Hits. I probably should have done it in 5. I think winning. That's close. I would like to do something because of the blue. Trying us to get some hunter coin. I could have gone to 7. So yeah, just going to lower. Yo, you know the dude I'm talking about? Because he killed me and when I was AFK. I wasn't in the abyss very long. That's it. Him right here, Lomas. He tried. I think he thought I was AFK over here. I killed him. Well, I was remember when we went to bed when we did the abyss together. Got me. I was asleep. I woke up next morning. I'm like, I was in there for like 30 minutes. Like 30 minutes. I was looking for his ass ever. Yeah, I still teleported. Damn, I lost that much because I'm saving my freaking abyss. I'm trying to get the freaking helmet. Yeah, but right now, I really don't need to. I'm just trying to get this mission complete. That's why I'm in 6, 5. That way I can get it done. Possible. Going to the next. I have a few. Before I run out of time, I have to reset. Yeah, I've been seeing anybody else from this though. I've only seen him. So anybody from his guild is gonna get KOS. For sure. Especially these dumbass. I can get a +6 though. If I have this free, I'll get the +4 and then try the plus. No, they're not. They're not. I think it's just his own standalone guild. The only AFK. If it says that you're not AFK, just teleport. Hopefully I can catch him again before the reset Tuesday. Bro, you see this shit over here? Tell me this is not ridiculous. Hopefully I catch him again though. Get some of my points back. Tell me this is not ridiculous. I'll never buy this shit. Stupid. Like what make them so comfortable? Put this shit up. And it's even worse because you only get freaking you only get heroic skills. Get from normal boss. If this was like legendary shit, it would be much better. Than to not crap this damn thing. 2% stupid. And then you have to do it 75 times. You have to buy the whole package. Guarantee you this. This is 100%. Get. That's dumb. Cause I saw one of the Korean guys. He had like 15 of them. He got this on his 13th attempt. That's when he got this. I'm like 2%. This is a freaking scam if I've ever seen. Packages for this man, it was trash, bro. I'm like, what? I would spend over $1,000 try to buy this shit and fail it all just to come over and buy this on guarantee one. And you only get one for $1,000. Should be 100% if you spend $1,000, bro. Like, I just people fucking retarded. You gotta be dumb as shit. I mean, granted, you get fucking stuff. I don't know. Oh wow, I know you got crystals in shit. Right there. Knife was legendary Evanstone. Every day they can say, oh yeah, it's legendary. But this is extremely hard to get. but not for freaking heroic. It's dumb. And then this shit over here. Oh, did I tell you I got my I got 2 resonance. I guess I got super lucky. Greedy. Yeah, greedy. Yeah. Even buy this damn thing. Yeah. Remember those little packages that pop up? Special deals. Yeah, I opened those ones. That's why I got. That's where I got them from. So I'm like, I don't know, buy this shit. Look at this. Found them. I'm damn near $500, $240. Oh, fuck that. I know, right? I got super lucky. I'm like, oh shit. I wish I got lucky for that, cause I've tried to freaking do contract summoning already. How many times? Like 4 times? Yeah, 4 times and I got 0. I haven't gotten anything. So hopefully, cause I want to get those ones with I give you, cause you know the one from contract summon gives you better freaking get 2 more over here. So I'm just that way I can get this. Try again. I saw a Korean guy go for this yesterday. Failed, but he has 1 attempt. Them Korean guys, boy, I tell you. Hopefully I get lucky like that again whenever I try to my contract summon for bro, cause I did this already 6 times, bro, or not 8 times now, and nothing. I need 1 more try for my mythic. So hopefully I get on my second attempt. But yeah, I need their sponsor though, cause they get sponsored. I need some of their sponsor, cause they be spending money like it's nothing. I'm like, they probably have freaking Ribbon 2 Dev's credit card, like a group. Crazy, cause I don't like spending money like that. Only if it makes sense, like hopefully by next update or maintenance, get freaking transmutation orbs to where I can try to see if I can get them. That's why I'm trying to get my gold up. But I get super lucky. Yeah, man, I gotta get them Korean luck myself, bro. Are you welcome, brother? For sure. Alright, bro. Take it easy, man. Stay safe, man. I'll catch you later. Thanks for stopping by the stream, bro. Really appreciate it. I for sure do it then, man. I'm hopefully Sun will be on as well. That'll work. That'll work. Hey, bro. Take it easy, man. Bro, jelly, son. Bro. Codex. What codex? Oh, you mean for this? Yeah, eventually I will though, man. You know how it is. I looked at this, I'm like, damn. Where my budget? Eventually, eventually you get there. But it just takes time. Trying to get plus 10 and all this crap anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. You have them yet? Seconds. Yeah, those bots, bro, they've been doing the most, bro. I feel you though. Yeah, because there's a lot of them. It's hard to compete with those damn bots because they're everywhere. Though. Like freaking roaches, man. Oh, really? The bots can do that shit? The heck? Yeah, yeah, 5 times then. That's not coincidence at that point. That's intentional. Wow. The program served that way? It's crazy. They don't want you farming there, huh? Yeah, we gotta get rid of this dude. Uh-uh. What? Yeah, they're getting advanced for sure. That's crazy. Wow. I didn't know they did that. That's because maybe someone's running the damn program. Maybe it's a program you set up that way. I know that's definitely different. I didn't know that was in. I didn't even know. I didn't even know that was a thing though. Us do that kind of shit. That's funny as shit though. Okay. That's oh shit. That's a new freaking level of aggressive mobs right there. I mean aggressive bots. Oh shit. That's funny. Yeah, you gotta keep an eye out for bots now. Heck, Oh, good then, shit. And then if you kill him, you freaking get karma. And then you, I don't think we have time for it. I would like to see some shit like that. That would probably crack me up. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Crazy. Well, just gotta watch your back, man, when it comes to farming. Cause the bosses out there have to get you. Man, imagine having to watch your back. Fighting regular now bots too. With the new Raven 2 AI. I don't know if it's Raven 2 that actually implementing their own damn bot into like the numbers. How many people are on this? Would be crazy. What level are you now, Jolly? In the 60s? 5 now, maybe. Oh, 65, okay. Making progress. For last time. What class are you playing, by the way? Right, okay. Have you gotten all your red skills and aerobic skills used to work? Especially the exchange stuff. Motion and Actually, going from your exchange, oh, devotion. This girl over here. This one. Your glory. And this. Gotta get those ones. So how close are you to the purple one? Just look at. I mean, just both of them in general. Damn. You're way off. 100,000. This one's like 100,000 or something. One of them's like 100. So both of them. Yeah, just keep saving. Eventually, you get it though. Eventually, especially as a casual player. But Corner of Glory, you get this one from whenever you do a guild skills. Not from guild skills, from guild donations. If you use crystal donate, you can get 200 crystals and gold. Oh, that's why you're not getting them, yeah. If you join a clan to be able to grow this one. You didn't feel like moving service? Why didn't you go with them? Oh, okay, I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, bro, I'm right there with you. It was an interest as well. The amount of money you put into the game, the reward is not really doesn't really match up with the amount of money. Yeah, so if you're gonna be a casual player, that's fine. Especially if you're not doing peak content, just playing the game for what it is, and it's different. I'm just trying to complete. Oh, the new expansion's coming out. Yeah, I might check it out too, because I just said the paladin and what's the warlock or warlord, one of the two. It's coming out. So yes, I'm like, oh damn, because I do have Diablo. I should play back in the day. Warlock, and then the paladin. Yeah. So I need to look into those classes and see which one if I like it or not. So you're right. I wouldn't spend that much money. Oh really? Because I haven't played Diablo since sometime in 2012. It's just oh my, I did like the game. So I might end up streaming that one just casually. Oh damn. Do you know what next week? Monday? Okay. Damn, why not on the weekend? Crazy. Feel like you have to do free expansion or you have to pay for it. Because I stopped playing Diablo, then I was playing PoE. PoE is so damn complicated for me. Way, way more complicated than Diablo. Diablo is kind of like, you kind of understand what's going on. Skills, I got level 90 something. I haven't logged in like 24 or 20. Yeah, but I was like, oh my god, what is this? Exactly, it's not friendly at all. It's not new player friendly. You have to play PoE once to be able to understand. I never played PoE one. So I jumped straight into PoE 2. I'm like, what the frick is this? Especially coming from Diablo. Diablo is more player friendly. I was like, oh my god. And then PoE, I'm like, the longer you play, the more you understand it. But or you went backwards. I did the opposite. I didn't even play. I just went straight into freaking PoE 2. I didn't even play. Yeah, so logged in like, yeah. So I'm gonna check out. It's Monday next week. Oh, okay. Check it out, man. Yeah. Yeah, the ARPG shit. Because, these isometric games, I'm not typically a fan of isometric type games. However, but, it just seems fun, though. It doesn't like. One thing I like about Diablo, because you can use your WASD to move right and just click and click. And then you can have a freaking controller. You can use just more of a keyboard or mouse type person. I'm going to go into my Steam account and look any updates. I'm hoping it's free, though. But I don't know. You have to buy expansions. Eh. So when the other class came out, the last one, the one with the like a jungle guy. I can't remember what they call it with hair. I mean, no, with the thing. What is it? I can't remember. I bought that expansion. Yeah, Spirit Born. Yes, him. Yeah, I had to. I bought the try it out, and then they messed up the character to where it wasn't as strong as the rest. It was kind of weak, and then you have to try to watch. I was watching different streams, trying to see what kind of skills I can going on to the website of and try the skill build like that. This wasn't as the necromancer was my class as the oh damn! I wonder how much it is though. Oh, it's not like $70 for the. I'm just more, but I like Korean MMOs and stuff like that. All these Western developers, bro. I don't know. Your fucking games up, not really good. But like Diablo, I always like the way the costumes. I've unlocked in it. Check it out. Okay, wow, that would be good. But I'm sure hopefully they'll learn something. The feedback from the community. That way they can at least improve the game to make it more smooth, more enjoyable, rather than the same old. Because there's always whenever they have to come out with stuff like this, always one class that's like super strong, and everybody's not stop playing that same class. So hopefully all the classes can be on the same path and wavelength. Doesn't matter which class you play, you can actually enjoy. Yeah, wow, instead of one. I know Paladin had like the buffer. I was watching a video of the damn thing. Warlock, I might try that one though. Interesting. I don't know. And he's like the Paladin from freaking Lost Ark. That one was pretty cracked though. I like that Paladin. I want to try the Warlock. Supposed to be like some kind of magic castle or some. I missed, do that have video up for it though? I can. Oh no no. YouTube. Yeah, they do have.
honestly lovely. Had a very good time beating everybody. But in today's video, I'm sure you guys have seen like plenty of other videos of Warlock going in depth with the class, talking about all the mechanics, etc. That's not really what I'm going to do in this video. If you want some of that, I'll probably just leave some links in the description of some other fantastic videos. In today's video, I kind of just wanted to go over what abilities excite me the most, what I had the most fun playing, and what I think is going to be maybe strong, but also just like what I really want to build around after having played the class.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely try stream Diablo on Monday. Damn, it looks pretty cool though. Is that it over there?
All the standard classes, I have just found myself being like, damn, I really wish I was playing the Warlock right now. And honestly, it couldn't come soon enough. So I kind of just wanted to share some of that excitement with you guys, show you guys what some of my favorite abilities were, and really just what caught my eye. The first skill that stood out to me, which I think is going to be insanely strong,
Yeah, you should, bro.
Metamorphosis Ultimate. I appreciate this being in the game, by the way, because it's like a callback to Technology Warlock with meta.
Hey, like I said, me, I've never been a streamer. I just tried it.
Demon form, but also the way that this works is it is an ultimate, but it doesn't have a cooldown, at least by default. It's basically just a toggle on, toggle off switch, and what it'll do is it'll override all of the abilities that are currently on your bar, and it'll swap them with particular Arcfiend demon form skill variants. A lot of these skills already exist within your tree, so they're not like special to meta. While you're in meta, you're going to get a 25% HP increase, and then also every kill that you get is going to increase the damage of your demonology skills by 1% up to 100%. You get a double damage increase, which is ridiculous, at least for certain skills, that is.
Hopefully they don't nerf it eventually.
And this has a whole bunch of synergies with scaling life. So one of the nodes for meta is going, I believe it's 2% damage per like 180 life or something. So if you stack a lot of life, a lot of damage, or you can just get straight up 40% max HP. And then another one is like you get 40% more damage.
Oh damn, sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully you're feeling better now, bro.
Your HP, which as a downside probably isn't too big of a deal because the other nodes are already like giving you way more HP than you're losing.
He's
so
more
that's
important though.
Really good off the rip. Just get an insane amount of damage and health pretty much for free. And then one of the other nodes is absolutely ridiculous. It's basically the ranks that you put into Metamorphosis get added then to your Hellfire skills. And then it's also only going to replace non-Hellfire skills, which means if there was like a particular variant of a Hellfire skill that you wanted to use, but you couldn't before because it was being overwritten by the actual meta skills, you can now use that skill. And it's just straight up going to give you more damage, and it's also going to give you permanent access to volatility, which is another keyword, but basically just look at it as extra damage. So yeah, being in meta is just damage, life, which obviously seems really cool. I'm a little bit concerned that it might be like a must-add for a lot of builds, and I actually did kind of mention that while I was there because it's just so strong that like why wouldn't you try to play into it? And also if you're using Abyss skills, there's a node for it where it's going to add its ranks to
I need to look into
skills,
the paladin.
So you just get a whole bunch of extra skill ranks, and it's also going to not replace any skills, so you can pretty much put any skill that you want on the bar.
Is it a,
and be in meta. This does come with the downside of making meta have a cooldown, and also has some synergy with some of the Abyss stuff, but I imagine late game you could easily get around that. And with this class, there is an enormous amount of keywords because of a lot of different types of skills, obviously, and there's a lot of mix and matching, similar to kind of like Druid or Spiritborn. I think that's kind of the new design direction that they're going with the game, is making it so that you can mix and match a lot of the skills and kind of swap keywords around. So because of that, I would imagine meta is going to have some unique or some legendaries that probably interact with it, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised at all if like 90% of builds end up playing with this just because of how strong it is. As much as I do think meta is pretty strong though, the next skill I want to show you guys, which is by far aesthetically the coolest skill I think that is in all of Diablo 4, which is the Fiend of Abaddon ultimate. So this is another ult which would take the place of meta, so hopefully this is really strong. But basically you just summon this massive demon that just swings his sword around, and I just want to show you because it honestly is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Like just pressing it was insane, and I was just like, holy shit, that's awesome. You can like make it so that you reduce the cooldown on it, so you can like technically spam it, I believe, like generating enough resource or something. And there's also I didn't get any footage of this unfortunately, but there's like some of the nodes for it make it so that it doesn't like stay stuck in the place anymore. It actually like runs around.
I'm telling you, man, straight big D around, man.
That's demon. So
oh shit!
If you're playing like a demon build, you could probably make a build
where you have
like multiple of these guys running around with you, and that would be absolutely insane. Also just does like a lot of damage. I'm really excited to.
And that boss stood no chance.
The first core skill that I had a great time with is Tyrant's Grasp. Basically just summons this massive claw that just wipes the ground and like drags the enemies with them. Seems pretty good
He has a
because
pet
it
too.
like
Oh
actually
shit.
displaces the mobs, which is good for like kind of survivability oriented stuff. I imagine you can also make the size on it huge, just cover the screen. Obviously, it looks sick as hell. And one of the nodes makes it so that anytime you press it, it's going to give you demon form for 5 seconds. So if you didn't want to play meta, but you still wanted access to demon form, this is a skill that I could easily see you using. And you could potentially want to use it with other builds so that you could actually simply just get access to meta here and there by just pressing it every 5 seconds. Looks sick. Felt really good to use. One of the nodes also makes it an Abyss skill, which I'm curious to try at some point. I didn't get to in this video, but this one was honestly a great
Okay,
time.
okay. So that you
And
can
then
just use
the
that
next skill that I
full
had an
skill and then the
absolute
boss.
blast with, and I was like actually trying to make a build with, was
Love doing
Rampage. Rampage by default
ties.
is a demonology skill that's going to like summon this little minion guy, kind of runs around, smashes enemies, does some damage, whatever. But when you're in meta, it's going to transform it to the leap variant so that when you press it, no more minion or anything, you just leap to where put your cursor basically. So it feels similar to like, leap on Barbarian or something. But it actually does a crap load of damage. And the second that I saw that it did a pretty good amount of damage, I was like, damn, I just want to build around this where I'm just spamming the leap and it just kills everything. So I tried to set that up for a little bit. It like kind of worked, not really. When you have the leap or rampage in this version, it like costs the different resource. So you have two resources, dominance, and I think the other one is fury or something. And at least in the version I was playing, there was like very few ways to actually generate dominance, so I couldn't spam it as often as I wanted to. So I was using it like in tandem with the normal core skill. Eventually, you'd probably be able to just spam this and just fly around the map, which is really what I wanted to do with it. Felt really good to have like mobility early on though. And the next skill that I'm going to show you, I actually paired Rampage with it because it's just really good for mobility, and especially if you're like not using that form of the resource for your build in general, you just get a lot of extra mobility, which was really fun. The next skill that honestly was probably my favorite of all of them and the one that I'm most excited to use and I think has very good potential for leveling as well as probably endgame. But honestly, we have no idea about power. Honestly, I'm just completely like guessing off of what I played. And there was a million skills and I didn't get a chance to try them all, obviously. But Red Claws. This looks sick. I don't really know what else to say. It just looks sick. The damage on it was actually pretty good. And there's a lot of little synergies that I ended up like setting kind of a build up with. It's probably the only skill I actually like felt like I made like kind of my own build for it while I was there.
Yeah.
The 30 minutes that I had.
Yeah, I used to watch him when I was
playing. What it looks like by default, just like slams and stuff
him.
on the ground.
Just check out his guides.
Like, oh, I
remember
absolutely love
the website
the color palette on this skill. Is like actually my favorite colors in general. I ended up swapping with this node called Encircling Terror, which basically makes it so that the Dread Claws are instead cast around your character in like more of a circular motion. And then it also makes it so that consume a stack of Shadow Form, which is one of the kind of buff things that is going to be with this class with a lot of the Abyss skills, for example. And if you consume a stack, it's going to also send those claws around any greater demon
on the site you use this?
So in theory, if you always have a greater demon around you, you basically get 2 instances of damage of the Dread Claws, as long as you're able to consume a stack of Shadow Form. I think eventually, if you had enough size on the circular version of the skill, it would probably cover like a massive amount of the screen and actually hit a larger portion of the screen rather than if just like in a straight line. That means it's going to hit stuff behind you, it's going to hit stuff to the left and right of you, right? Rather than like just
there, that's
in front of you. Because of the Shadow Form synergy, I was trying to figure out how I could like get Shadow Form every cast. And also, I just have this node. The recast skills don't break Shadow Form, so you could probably make it count as a recast skill some way. Not really sure. But also,
trying to get the mythics.
When you have Shadow Form, your Abyss skills deal 30 damage, and you gain increased movement speed. And then this happened to pair very nicely with the skill that I thought was going to be very good, which is Metamorphosis here. So you can do the Abyss version of Metamorphosis, where it's going to add its rank to Abyss skills. So great, that is a shit ton of extra damage. But it's also going to not replace any skills.
I'm going to make it easier to level.
Terror Claws. Then it makes it so meta, when you have it, grants 4 stacks of Shadow Form every second. And your Abyss skills don't break stealth. So not only are you permanently just having those Shadow Form stacks you can spend for extra damage, but also your Shadow Form skills aren't going to ever break stealth. It has some synergies of its own. This does, however, come at the downside of it being a 30-second cooldown. Hopefully there's some ways to kind of like get around that so that you can permanently. And then also hopefully some ways that you can like transfer the damage bonus that it actually gives you so that it functions for the Abyss skill. And then the only legendary I really had on my character is this, which is actually crazy when you pair it with this. So your Abyss skills will increase damage for each stack of Shadow Form you have. You get 4 stacks per second, so it's a little bit of a damage increase, but that bonus is then increased by 400% while you have stealth. So if on average you have like, 4 stacks, like what, like 13% damage, and then you multiply that by 4, that's like a 50% damage increase. And there's probably some legendaries that are going to increase like the amount of shadow form stacks.
Oh yeah, the Paragon points. Oh my
along those lines. And I'm sure there's
hope
like
it's just easier because I don't want to be grinding
stealth and shadow form. There's a bunch of whole other different skills.
Dude, I haven't seen
I was trying to like pair with this. I'm not going to go over all of them, but you can kind of just like
get the fuck out of me back in
of how you would.
She had the fresh meat. I'm like, oh my god, looking around,
I'm sure there's
start
like a
trying to
million
run.
other ways to synergize like with stealth and shadow form, etc. And I was using some skills to kind of buff me in that sense too. One of them was Nether Step, which basically just like a movement ability, like a little mini TP. Has some weird interactions where it like kind of technically.
Oh, the butcher. Oh, that'd be sweet.
Or whatever. I don't fully understand that, to be honest with you.
Because I like the butcher.
One node with it just gives you 100%
damage reduction. The heck out of me.
When you press it, that seems broken. Like I don't know how.
Oh really? Oh shoot!
When you press it, it gives
oh man, I'll be going mayhem. I'll be destroying every damn body in town.
Stacks that you get from meta, so then it gives you even more damage.
Sounds pretty fun, man. I'm glad they did this change.
Which works very well with this,
much fun
which
to
is
play.
a sigil subversion, which hexes the enemies. It's kind of like a debuff, and it also like does some damage if you like kill enemies.
So Monday, okay, I have to put that on my calendar.
It's then going to grant you a stack of shadow
form,
which is very good
for
obvious reasons.
And then I'll more than like to play Raven
the
2.
sigil actually kind of like follow you.
On my stream Diablo
with this node where you're within a trail of the sigil, your shadow form stacks don't dissipate anymore. So the shadow form stacks that you get from your nether step and from your metamorphosis would just be at 10 all the time. Therefore, you gain that damage bonus all the time. And like this is literally just from the stuff that's in the tree. This is like not with uniques, not with any stuff in the Paragon board, legendaries, etc. You can already see there's like a pretty good baseline for making a build, and simply just because of the way that this skill tree is now, there's like infinitely more options because a lot of these little nodes here and there, even though the skill tree isn't like huge, it's not a PoE tree, these nodes actually make like a fairly substantial difference to the way that the skills interact, like function at a core base. It just gives you so many options to like actually
I'm gonna do that.
But yeah, that's pretty much gonna do it for the video.
But you're trying to do, doing bosses with the guild and things.
With the warlock and some of the cooler things that I saw when I was actually there. I'm genuinely very excited for it. I honestly like can't
just
fake
offline mode.
I like hate disingenuousness, like pretty much.
But because you're not in the guild, so you probably don't do it like your bosses.
Like the coolest class in the game. I am.
It's your main quest.
Very hyped to play it. And I also just like the idea that it's something new, so we kind of like get to make builds for it, and I get to like actually think again, because a lot of the builds that we've been playing have like years at this point. So just the opportunity to play something new, I'm really hyped for. I could show you guys so many more skills. Pretty much every skill I used, like aesthetically at least, looked pretty cool. But the ones that I showed you were the standout ones and the ones that I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you learned something and you found the video interesting, and maybe it makes you a little bit more excited for the expansion. That's pretty much going to do it for me. Watching, appreciate you guys. I plan to make plenty of build videos, guides, etc. when the expansion comes out, so be on the lookout for that. Otherwise, appreciate you guys. Hope everyone has a good one. Peace.
I have to set my alarms. Right, I watch him some. Wait, boy, damn, I'm that behind a month ago. Shit. Paladin. wrong with it. Yeah, that's because I'm trying to complete um damn thing. So I went to a lower level. I think I'm at like level 5 right now. So 9. So I can clear this much faster. I don't have that much time left. I'm trying to clear as fast as I can. Yeah, it would take a long because this is a level 6 month, I think. I'm just one hitting the asses. I can zoom. The paladins in 4 months. So the paladin has been out for a minute now. So the warlock is the new class. Okay. Have you tried a paladin yet?
I've built my paladin. This is Riker, and the paladin has come to Diablo 4. The expansion Lord of Hatred releases April 28th, and if you pre-order it now, the base $40 version, you get instant access to the paladin. The Lord of Hatred expansion will also include a second mystery class, playable only when it launches. A ton of features are coming with Lord of Hatred, but we'll talk about that in tomorrow's video. For now, we're just going to focus on the paladin.
Oh, really?
It is like 4 or 5 in the morning right now.
So
I just got my
this is
paladin
a
to
good
60.
class.
I'm going to give an overview of what the paladin is in Diablo 4 and
Looks
talk a
very
bit
nice, though.
about the build that
Full of
I put
damage or
together
something?
here to level from 1 to 60. It was a breeze. It was a blast. I'm loving the paladin. I got to be a Hammerdin as of like level 5. Hammerdin was like my favorite Diablo 2 build. And in Diablo 4 with the paladin right away as of low level, you get lots of mobility, screen clearing abilities, big
Damn,
area
I can't
of
decide
effect,
now. Damn,
mobility,
maybe I should play.
movement speed.
Maybe I might try to
gather
paladin
it
on the
all.
weekend.
It's already my favorite
like.
class. Hit level 60 in 4 hours without following any build guide. So here, let's talk about the paladin. It is the sword and board class, but if you don't want to wield one-hander and shield, you don't have to. You can wield a two-hander. As far as I can tell, it's not like the Diablo 3 Crusader where you have the option to have a two-hander in one hand. So it's either sword and board or two-hander. You don't get two-hander plus shield. Now the class specialty is oaths, like in Dungeons and Dragons. You're taking the oath of vengeance, the oath of this, the oath of that. You got 4 oaths to pick from, and these are kind of similar to the Spiritborn Spirit Halls, where they're going to have significant impacts on the skills that you use. So depending on what flavor of skill you want to run, you might go more to some of these oaths. So for instance, I am a Blessed Hammer build. I'm a Hammerdin. So I'm going with Disciple. I have this whole build now that's kind of based around the concept of what Disciple does. Casting a Disciple skill with a cooldown grants Arbiter, and Arbiter is basically this juiced like Angel mode. You get move speed, your evade is replaced with an angelic leap, your wings attack around you, dealing some damage. So my build is focused around trying to stay inside of Arbiter as much as possible. because with Disciple, while an Arbiter, my Disciple skills deal 50% increased damage. But again, each of these oaths kind of synergizes around a different concept. So Judicator is all about judgment. Juggernaut is all about resolve. This is the tankier build. And Zealot is all about fervor, attacking fast, zeal. When you look at the Paladin skill tree, you can see it's already more advanced than the skill trees that the other classes have. Every skill has 3 upgrade paths now, and they're much more build changing or skill changing than the other classes. But my understanding is the expansion is bringing the big skill tree rework for all classes, and that also includes improvements to the Paladins, even though it's already at a baseline better than all the other, skill twigs, as they're known as. But you have Brandish, which is kind of like sweep attack in D3. You have Holy Bolt. That's the one I'm using, and I've spec'd it to be a Disciple skill, and it's going to apply vulnerable. You have Clash, which hits with your sword and shield. This is a more defensive setup. And then you have Advance, which is a mobility-based basic attack. Then we go into our core skills. This is where I took Blessed Hammer, and I've taken the level up where it's going to spiral and orbit around me as I move. This also makes it a Disciple skill to go along with our synergies. But you have Divine Lance, you have Shield Bash, you have Zeal, and you have Blessed Shield. I think I hear Blessed Shield is kind of busted right now. That's the Captain America build. Then you have your auras. There are 3 different auras. You got Fanaticism. I have that one equipped. That's giving me passively attack speed and crit chance. And it's also when you activate its active ability.
I'm sure some guys that probably played it on the
modified it so that it's not going to weaken enemies, but rather make them
maybe Rob, I need to find a website.
And you could stack all 3 auras if you want to. At some point, I was experimenting with that. Another aura here is Defiance. This is a defensive aura. Another one is Holy Light. This is a damaging aura. Then in Valor skills, you have Shield Charge. You have Aegis. Aegis is going to taunt enemies and boost your block chance. You have Falling Star. This is like Falling Sword. So this is a big teleport skill. This is what really allows me to live out my Hammered in Fantasy with the Enigma and the teleporting and the spinning of the hammers. So I've spec'd it to have an additional charge.
This is pretty cool. I like this little white light behind.
So I wanted to have another charge so that whenever I'm casting a Disciple skill with a cooldown, right, I am triggering my oath. And whenever I kill a vulnerable enemy, I'm reducing the cooldown by 1 second. That's a reason why I want to have enemies vulnerable all the time, apart from just dealing more damage to them, of course. Then there's also Rally. I hear great things about that. That is giving you a move speed buff and generating faith. Faith is your mana, your resource. Then you have Purify, which is going to crowd control enemies. You have Consecration. This is going to heal you and damage enemies. You have Condemn, like the D3 Crusader here. I've spec'd into this. This is going to pull in enemies and stun them, so it's nice for grouping up enemies, but I have spec'd it as well to apply vulnerable and give me another charge. So again, I'm going to be popping different Disciple skills on cooldown multiple times. They have multiple charges because I'm trying to maintain all that uptime on my oath. And then lastly, for my alt, I'm taking Arbiter of Justice. Ascend to the heavens and come down as an Arbiter for 30 seconds. This is your alt mode. You basically become an angel. And when I am in Arbiter mode, I have a ton more move speed. And I'm making nearby enemies vulnerable. But there's also Zenith as an ultimate. Summon a sword that cleaves on the battlefield. There is Fortress. This is a big defensive one. And you have Heaven's Fury like the D3 Crusader. Laser beams from the sky. Now for the ultimates, I'm taking Exaltation. During Arbiter, your damage is increased by another 85% multiplier. But you can also go Judgment Day. This is with the Judgment synergy. You can go with Path of the Penitent.
It's hard to decide now.
Zealot. You can go with Coat of Arms. This is giving you more defenses. With this play style, I have, again, high mobility. I'm spinning my hammers around, big damage. I can pop my auras. I pop my ultimate. I don't really run out of resources either. Sometimes I'm popping Holy Bolt, but it's not really all that often. move around the battlefield when I come up to a pack, spam, 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 and I can pop my condemn to suck in enemies, and yeah, altogether just having a grand old time. My gear is honestly just whatever I slap together. There is no synergies here at all.
Oh man, I want to play.
And I feel as though the passives for the Paladin are kind of downplayed.
Start watching videos.
I actually found myself kind of struggling to find what passives to take. So I'm taking a bit of like armor and block.
So you have my options now. You can.
I'm going for more damage against elites. I'm going for chance to ignore damage over here. Getting some crit damage. I'm getting some crits grant damage reduction. More crit strike damage while healthy. Increased vulnerable damage. Increased cooldown reduction. That's very important because there's a big old cooldown on Arbiter of Justice. Increased holy and fire damage because my blessed hammers are dealing holy damage. But altogether, I feel like there's not like a whole lot of choices. It's pretty obvious kind of what passives to go
walking
for.
bug zapper.
You know, more armor,
the
more block chance, how far getting a bit of block restore faith just because I had to keep tossing skill points somewhere. Core skills dealing increased damage. That's the first one I maxed out to synergize with my blessed hammer. Anyway, folks, so that's my Paladin. That's how I've built my Paladin. Again, it was a breeze going from 1 to 60. No good gear, just on the strength of the skills alone. Now we'll see how well it performs going up in the torment levels. You'll get a follow-up from me at some point. But at least 1 to 60 Paladin is a very strong and very fun class. But I turn the question to you folks. What do you think of the Paladin? Sound off in the comments. Also, folks, as a heads up, we are doing our Rikers Raiders Patreon shirt for 2025. You have until the end of December to be a Patreon supporter, even at the $1 tier pledge. Hey folks, this is Riker with the Diablo 4 Season 12 class tier list. If you're wondering what class to play this season, this video should help you out. Now, every class can do all the content.
Yeah, let me see.
Every class can crush Torment 4 difficulty. And MaxRoll.gg has build guides for every class that will help you get to hit level 100, max out all your glyphs if you're willing to put in the time and effort. This tier list is about ranking their relative power. And I will warn right off the bat that
Paragon 200.
this time around, we're going to
actually
have
up to 300 now, right? It's always been 300. I don't
tier,
remember.
From S all the way down to F. But I want to stress this is a relative list and that there's really no bad class. So even the F tier is not me saying don't play this class. But I'd actually like your opinion on that. Should I reserve those lower tiers really just to say this class is bad? Because I was concerned this season that we're just going to have like everything clustered from basically S to B tier. And that doesn't do a good enough job at separating out the relative power of the classes. Now, as we move into this season's tier list, one thing to bear in mind is we are losing Sanctification from last season, which was a huge source of power. The bloodied powers that we have, these are not nearly as strong as Sanctification. So Sanctification was an item craft that made super powerful items.
That the butcher?
Now we have bloodied items. And these affixes are not going to be nearly as powerful, but they still represent some power level.
I wonder how far the warlock can push, though.
The second thing,
and what kind of damage?
Season, and that is kill streaks. So the powers
how much
of these
damage you can negate
will scale off of kill streaks. So that means that
as those top floor, you get super
is going to be more important than in the past, and that's going to skew some of the results in this tier list. As now there is a greater importance on having fast builds that can gap close faster so that you don't drop your
butcher. Where you at? I don't see.
Then a third thing this season to bear in mind is we virtually have a Torment 5 difficulty for a good amount of content. So bloodied sigils are things that can drop that will simulate a higher tier class difficulty than what you're in. So if you're in World Tier 4 and you get a bloodied
I can't wait.
Or rare boss sigil,
I like the transformation skills like you had. Like
that's going to be
different monsters.
The higher tier. So from tier 4, it would simulate a tier 5 difficulty. So you're going to need builds that are a little bit stronger to tackle that kind of content.
Oh, more butchers?
Furthermore,
this is what you're talking about, the butcher event.
Blood-soaked sigils, which simulate pit level 100. So try taking on a lair boss with a blood-soaked sigil, and there's going to be a very narrow band of builds that can do that. Then there's also a huge wild card this season, and that's going to be the Butcher. So you will be able to transform into the Butcher in certain ways.
Oh, the Butcher has both sounds too?
And we have no idea what that's going to be like, because on the test server that was not available. So this tier list is based on our best guesses from the test server. It's also based on the patch notes that happened since then, but the Butcher is a huge question mark and we have no idea. Since the test server, there's also been some items that have been updated that will potentially result in some new builds. In particular, Andariel's Visage. Maybe we're going to see the reemergence of certain poison builds. In particular, maybe a poison rogue build, but that's another wild card that we'll have to see how things play out. So again, as we're getting into this season's tier list, a reminder on what are we measuring here with our tiers. We're not just looking at which class has the one build that can push the furthest in the pit, therefore doing the most damage. What we're looking at is, respectively in every class, 4 criteria. The leveling experience, speed farming, Torment 4 content, the class's pit pushing ability, and the class's bossing ability. And for a build to be ranked highly in any of these categories, it should have multiple builds available. So for me, the real definition of a true S tier class is a class that has multiple excellent builds for each of those 4 categories. So that if you're going to decide to play class X, you have a variety of builds to pick from. You're not just pigeonholed into one build. Now, as we talk through the classes, we'll also talk about which are the top builds for those classes, if you're really just here to find out what is the top build that you want to run. But later in the season, generally a couple days after the season starts, I put out a top 10 builds list on what the top pushing builds are going to be to see just which are the absolute strongest builds. So let's now get into the tier list with S tier. And again, if you think I'm being too harsh here, let me know. But we have the Necromancer down in F tier. Now you might ask, why? Why is the Necromancer all the way down in F tier? For leveling 1 to 60, Necromancer has some good builds. Minion Necro, really strong. We've even had the Affliction Necro emerge as the best leveling build for Necro, arguably one of the best leveling builds in the game. Necromancer also has some of the best bossing builds with Bone Spear, with Blood Wave. You can bring out big single target damage. Even for pushing in the pit, Necromancer, lots of powerful options. Blood Wave, as we said, also good for the bossing, but you got Shadow Blight as well. We even have the Golem Necro ever since Season 11. We have Minion Necro, another great pushing build. So if Necro is so great at all these things, why is it down in F tier? And that comes down to its speed. Wow. When it comes to speed farming, Necro is behind all the other classes.
Hopefully they make another one.
Speed
that's
is going to be more
with the
important
new
this season than
class
ever
Warlock.
because of those blood streaks. Because of the kill streaks, wanting to maintain them. Especially, this is a multiplayer game, you're going to be out in open areas, and there's going to be sorceresses blitzing around, deleting everything, before your slow ass is going to have a chance to go and maintain your kill streak. Golem Necro and Minion Necro they're decent speedrunning builds, but they're not going to keep up with any other class. If I were to make a Necromancer this season, I would level 1 to 60 with Affliction, then I would move into Golem Necro. I would use that for most stuff, but then for bossing, I'd probably go with Blood Wave. So that takes us now into the D tier, where we have the Rogue. Now, I usually have Rogue kind of middle to higher up in the tier list. This is the lowest, I think, that I've put the Rogue. Outside having some excellent leveling options in the form of Flurry and Dance of Knives, once you're 60, the Rogue really runs out of options. For speed farming content, Death Trap is going to be your best bet. But Death Trap just cannot bring the damage necessary for bossing, for pit pushing. Basically, at that point, you're going to move to Heartseeker really as your only robust option. And unfortunately, the strongest version of that is going to be on a build that is very difficult to run. It's the variant using the Orphan Maker unique crossbow, and a lot of people just really do not enjoy this playstyle. But it absolutely destroys bosses. Enormous single target damage. With the baseline of all keyed activities now effectively being Torment 5, plus factoring in those blood-soaked sigils, really the only rogue build that can carry the DPS necessary is going to be Heartseeker. And that takes us on to the C tier.
Oh, damn,
where
really?
we have the Druid.
So they revamped all the classes then.
Class. So for 1 to 60, you're going to be behind most other classes. Your best options will be either Lightning Storm, Pulverize.
Oh, damn. Now I'm
and then
excited.
once you're 60, you're basically going to be running Pulverize.
I do want to try the new class Warlock,
really
though.
Strong build.
I'm going to start over.
Not super
try
fast.
a new class.
So for speed
find
running,
out what it's like.
You would want to go
And
with
hopefully,
Cataclysm.
I mean,
Cataclysm
hopefully
would be
they're
your
all
best
freaking
bet. Pulverize
equalized.
just won't
Where
keep up
all the
with other
classes, all them, they're all
classes.
the same.
But Cataclysm does
Not
not
the
have
same,
the
but you know,
damage
just
to tackle anything other
strength-wise.
than speed content. Now for bossing, you got a couple options outside of Pulverize. You could
Yeah, I
go
was like
Companion,
Druid,
you
dude.
could go
This
Flesh
freaking
Render.
pulverized.
But then if you're going to go for pit pushing, those are not going to hold a candle
who's gonna
to
be ST?
Pulverize. So if I were to make a Druid in Season 12, I would level with Pulverize.
So Season 12 is one coming out Monday?
All the way through, and I would maybe make a Cataclysm just for speed running. Now that takes us to the B tier, where we have the Sorcerer. Sorcerer faces a similar problem to the Druid, where it's really going to have 1-star
He ain't gonna
build.
damn.
For the leveling 1 to 60, though, you have some good options. Crackling Energy and Hydra. Excellent leveling.
I just don't
builds.
want to get
But once
killed
you're level
on my
60, it's basically just Crackling
the
Energy.
Warlock.
Just run Crackling Energy for everything, honestly.
Where I can just
for
have,
speed farming, you could stick on Hydra.
my shield
you could
just
do a Lightning
finish.
Spear. Those do hold up, but for bossing,
Damn.
for pit pushing,
the
Crackling Energy is
Berserker,
going to
whatever
be
they
the
call
only
it.
Sorcerer build you want to be running. So if I were to make a Sorcerer in Season 12, it's Crackling Energy from start to finish. Crackling Energy really is the one
so
build
to the shield?
rule them all. For the Sorcerer, excellent at everything. It doesn't have the Druid's Pulverize issue where it's slow and just strong. It is just
Can you
the best
pre-order it
Sorcerer
now, though?
build, period. And that takes us to the A tier. Now, in the A tier, we have the Barbarian. The Barbarian is only second to the Druid in being the worst class for leveling 1 to 60. So it will not be as fast as the other classes. Hammer of the Ancients or Upheaval are going to be your best bets for leveling with a Barbarian. But then, once you're in the endgame, the Barbarian actually has a number of robust options with regards to builds. Now, for speed farming,
Maybe, hopefully they don't
Earthquake is
freaking
really
nerf
gonna
it
be
though.
your
They
best
just
bet.
bring
It's
all
gonna be
the other
only one that
class
can
up.
keep up with the other classes.
Yeah, I'm up to pre-download it
But
today.
outside of speed content, if we're talking
I haven't
about bossing or pit pushing,
updated
there's
that
quite
damn
a
thing
few
in, like,
options at
2
your
years,
disposal
bro.
here. So for bossing, for instance, you have Hammer of the Ancients,
Here.
you have Lunging Strike, you have Bash, you have Mighty Throw, and Earthquake as well. All really robust bossing options for the Barbarian. And for pit
Oh,
pushing,
that Rob guy is
Earthquake,
pretty good though. He's
Hammer of the Ancients,
very knowledgeable.
Lunging Strike, or Bash. I know especially between Lunging Strike and Hammer of the Ancients, people have preferences between which playstyle they like. Both are excellent. If you're running a Barbarian in Season 12 and you want to keep your life simple, you can just make an Earthquake Barbarian for all content. If I make a Barbarian, I'm probably going to level up with Hammer of the Ancients. I'll make an Earthquake Barbarian for speed farming, but then I'm likely going to go Hammer of the Ancients for pit pushing and bossing. Either that or Lunging Strike. Also in the A tier, we have the Spiritborn. Spiritborn, you can level with Evade. Evade remains one of the best leveling builds in the game, one of the best speed builds in the game. You can also level with Quill Volley, 1 to 60, excellent. For speed farming, however, Evade really is going to be what you want to go to. But then for other content, you could stick with Evade. You could have Evade be your one build to rule them all. Again, being fast and speedy, which that's what Evade does. It's fast and speedy. It's going to be really important for maintaining kill streaks in Season 12. Evade is not going to be the build that deals the most damage, but it still will hold up really well in the pit. It'll hold up really well against bosses. But Crushing Hand is going to beat it out. Crushing Hand is going to deliver far stronger punches against bosses. It's going to push further in the pit. Also, Payback Spiritborn, another excellent pit build. So if I were to make a Spiritborn in Season 12, I would start with Evade. I would maintain Evade all the way through, and then maybe for bossing and pit pushing, I would swap to Crushing Hand, maybe Payback. But I would definitely stay on Evade a long time to farm up the gear for other builds. That takes us to the S tier, where, surprise, surprise, despite receiving significant nerfs, we have the Paladin. Who has descended down from S+ tier to now just be S tier. The Paladin is my definition of an S tier class. For every category, there are multiple excellent builds. For leveling, you can go Shield Charge, Shield of Retribution, Judgment, or Blessed Hammer. For speed farming in the endgame, you can go Wing Strikes, Blessed Hammer, Blessed Shield, Oradin, Fist of the Heavens, Judgment, Zeal. For bossing, you can go Shield of Retribution, Shield Bash, Wing Strikes, Oradin, Fist of the Heavens, Blessed Hammer, all excellent options. For pit pushing, Oradin, Blessed Hammer, Wing Strikes, Fist of the Heavens, Spear of the Heavens, Shield of Retribution. You have so many options. And for pit pushing, it still seems as though Paladin will be the strongest pit pushing class. It has been brought down significantly in power,
So
but
Paladin
it
is
is still
S tier.
likely to be the top. Shield of Retribution is expected to be the #1 pushing build in the entire game. That's the Captain America build, by the way. Throwing out your shield. But the easiest build to run will remain the Oridin. Still super strong across all content and unbeatable in terms of ease of play. Possibly the fastest speedrunning build for the Paladin will be, I think it's going to be the Hammerdin. But honestly, you have so many choices. If you just want to simplify your life and be on one build, you can do that with the Paladin. So folks, that wraps up this tier list. My plan is going to be to start with a Paladin. Season 12, I might try leveling with Shield of Retribution. I haven't done that before. Shake things up a bit. I did Blessed Hammer last season. Then after that, honestly, there's so many options. I might just wait to see what item do I get to drop. If I get a really good item for the Oridin, maybe I'll go that. If I get a really good Hammerdin item, maybe I'll go with that. That's the beauty of the Paladin. You open up to so many build options. And this is what every class should be. So for me, the ideal game state is every class is S tier, as in every class has multiple builds that excel at all aspects of the game the way the Paladin does. Now, folks, drop a comment with what your... I got to play the Warlock for 2 hours at Blizzard HQ a month ago, and it is awesome. Hey folks, this is Riker, and today I finally get to share with you folks the gameplay footage I recorded and everything I learned about Diablo 4's Warlock, which is coming with the Lord of Hatred expansion on April 28th. The Warlock is looking to be Diablo 4's best designed class yet, with tons of build potential. It's a willpower class, a spellcaster that does primarily fire, shadow, and some physical damage. It's going to be the best summoner in the game, and it also allows you to just transform into a demon and wreck stuff. So in this video, we'll go through an overview of the Warlock class. We'll talk through its unique class mechanic, which lets you summon one of 4 specific named demons, and they're super cool. We'll cover some new mechanics that the Warlock introduces. We'll do a deep dive on 4 different builds that I got to try. We'll take a look at the revised skill tree. We'll talk a little bit about itemization, and we'll also cover the little tidbit about fishing that I secretly managed to learn while I was there. So first off, big picture, the Warlock affords a number of different playstyles. These playstyles do sort of tie into the class mechanic, but they'd separated 4 specific builds for us so that we can get a good representation of everything that the Warlock can do. And it did feel like 4 distinct playstyles. So first we had the Legion. Now this is the classic summoner. It's going to be the best, most fun summoner in the game. If you just want to build up a legion, an army of demons, this is the kind of playstyle you're going to want to go for. Now, summons are just a part of the Warlock kit in general. Even if you're not going for a summoner build, you'll probably still have at least 1 demon with you. But if you want as many as possible, if you want that pure summoner fantasy, this delivers. Then there's the Vanguard. This is basically the opposite of the summoner. If you want to do stuff yourself, you want to be up close and personal, you want to become the demon, literally, you can transform into a demon. And when you're transformed into demon form, you have an entirely separate toolkit of skills to use. So this playstyle actually gives you the most a number of different buttons to push, or at least skills to use, and you're going to bounce between, okay, when I'm in demon form, I'm rocking and rolling, and then when I'm out of demon form, I'm going to apply buffs, I'm going to build up synergies so that when I'm back in a demon form, I am giga charged. And you can literally ride a hellhound into combat. Then there's the Mastermind. This is one of the more caster-focused play styles that is about shadow magic. It's a stealthier, more battlefield control-oriented kind of play style. And then lastly, there's the Ritualist, which is just this hellfire mage making fire explode all over the place. Now, I'll also quickly mention, and we'll expand on this later, that I saw some familiar things within the Warlock's kit. Some stuff from Diablo 3 that is reminiscent of some necromancer powers, a la a blood rush. He has a form of blood rush. There is some witch doctor inspired powers. There's even some crusader inspired powers that made it into the Warlock kit. And there's a little bit of demon hunter in the sense that the Warlock is a dual resource class. You have Wrath and you have Dominance. Wrath is your rapidly generating resource that you are also able to generate via your basic skills. And then Dominance is a lot harder to generate. Dominance slowly builds up on its own. And Wrath is used to cast your core skills, and Dominance is used for demon summoning. Now this leads us to the unique mechanic of the Warlock, and this is Soul Shards. So you pick one of 4 Soul Shards, and this is going to bind a demon to you. There are 4 specific named demons that are all super cool and distinct in their designs. They're all going to passively do something when you summon them. So this gives you an extra skill to put on your skill bar. That's on top of the skills from your skill tree. And then when you actively command the demon, it'll also do something additional. Now, on top of picking a soul shard, you also then pick one of 3 soul fragments to further customize yourself. There's just so much going on.
Just little freaking
with
worms on the floor.
These soul shards and soul fragments.
Just all these little
it basically takes what the paladin did, where you're picking your oaths, and the oaths have very build-defining transformational sets of buffs that alter playstyle. This takes that concept and ramps it up to 11. So we have the Legion shard. This summons Agrom, the Demon of Legions. If you pick this shard, then whenever you cast a greater demon skill, it's going to increase the lesser demon skill cast speed and cooldown. So we have 2 classifications of demon: lesser demons and greater demons. The skills will say which is which. So basically, again, the Legion shard is all about being a giga summoner. So when you summon a greater demon, you'll be able to summon more and faster lesser demons. Then of your 3 fragment choices here, your first fragment is all about eviscerating. Eviscerate is a bleed related mechanic, and when you apply eviscerate to an enemy, that enemy will instantly lose 20% of its bleeding life, and then it applies a bleed to that enemy for 12 seconds. So you can see it's a sort of self-stacking mechanism. So the first Legion shard fragment is going to make it such that when you eviscerate an enemy, your demons will target them. So it gives you some form of control over your army. It also allows your army to have a chance to eviscerate enemies. The second soul fragment makes it such that you are unstoppable as long as you have lesser demons in your army. And anytime some crowd control effect would be applied to you, instead, one of your lesser demons is killed. Then the third fragment alters Agrom's behavior. So these 4 Giga Demons that the Soul Shards give, if you press the button the first time, it summons the demon, and then he's just basically there all the time. But then when you push it again, it is the active command ability. So normally when you activate Agrom, he's going to spew out a bunch of lesser demons. But if you take the 3rd Soul Shard of Legion, instead he's going to just passively generate lesser demons, and when you pop him, it's going to blow up your lesser demons in big AoE explosions. So that's a Legion Shard for the Summoner build. Then there's the Vanguard Shard. This lets you summon Abodian the Hellhound. Remember, Vanguard is the up-close and personal, I'm the demon kind of playstyle. And when you have this shard selected, while you are in demon form, casting a certain kind of skill called an Archfiend skill is going to summon a corresponding Archfiend demon. So just while you are attacking enemies, you're going to be basically passively summoning demons to help you out as well. Now the first fragment is going to make your buddy, Abodian, basically spew out a ton of fireballs as you are riding him. The second fragment makes it such that while you are in demon form, your greater demons are going to last longer, and it also buffs the damage of some of your skills. And the third fragment makes it such that while you are under an effect known as Volatile, and what Volatile does is it randomly empowers your Hellfire skills to deal 50% more damage. So if you have multiple Hellfire skills on your bar, one of them will be randomly empowered. And the next time you pop it, it's going to deal 50% more damage. It's a one-time buff, but again, it can be randomly empowered once more. One thing you're going to notice, lots of keywords. So rather than buff or affect specific skills, a lot of how the Warlock is designed is to focus on keywords so that multiple swaths of skills can fall under the umbrella of different effects, allowing you more flexibility and versatility in how you build your Warlock. We saw this similarly with the Paladin, for instance, but again, it feels like it's been taken up a notch with the Warlock. So again, to go back to that third fragment, while you are under the effects of volatile, your Hellfire skill damage makes you burst 30% of that damage to nearby enemies. So it's a way of spreading AoE around, making you that much more of a killing machine. Then comes the Mastermind Shard. Our third one, this remember was the Shadow Caster. And this lets us summon Tazroth, the Abyss Demon. Overall, this shard helps you stay within stealth more, and this is through a mechanic known as Shadow Form. While you're under the effects of Shadow Form, you are unhindered, and anytime you move, you gain stealth. But whenever you gain stealth, you lose 1 stack of Shadow Form, and you can have up to 10 stacks of Shadow Form. So if you have the Mastermind Shard, while you are in Shadow Form, you're going to deal 30% more damage with your Abyss skills, and you're going to gain 5% move speed per Shadow Form stack. Then the 3 fragments, one of them is going to make it such that Tazroth, in addition to what he normally does, will also apply a weaken effect to enemies and execute them when they're low on life. The second fragment will make recast skills hex enemies on hit. Hex is another new mechanic. The Warlock is probably the most mechanically complex class they've added so far. There's a lot of new stuff to learn, but if you don't want to be a theory crafter, you can just follow a max roll guide and then smash buttons and kill all the enemies on the screen. So what Hex does, if you've hexed an enemy, then they're going to be more susceptible to critical hits, and this can stack. So again, with this second fragment of the Mastermind Shard, you're going to be automatically hexing enemies, and you're buffing the damage of some of your skills as well. Then the third fragment, if you summon an Abyss Greater Demon, that's going to consume all your dominance, and it's going to buff that demon based on how much dominance is spent. Then lastly, we have the Ritualist Shard. Remember, the Ritualist is the fire explodey AoE mage. The demon you get here is Volak the Fallen One. And if you take this shard, then your occult skills will deal 4% more damage per stack of overpower that you have. We'll cover that in just a second. And you're going to gain 10% increased size per 2 stacks of overpower. So basically, your occult skills are going to do more damage and have a bigger area of effect based on how much overpower you have. And that's because overpower is changing completely with Lord of Hatred. Now, overpower just increases your damage by 15% per stack of overpower that you have. And you can have up to 4 stacks of overpower, and overpower as a stack lasts for 4 seconds. So back to the Ritualist. With that shard, if you have at least 4 stacks of overpower, but Riker, you just said you can only have 4 stacks. Well, there's ways to have more than 4. But at a baseline, your average pleb can only have 4, right? Every class other than Warlock can only have 4 stacks, but the Warlock can get more in certain special ways. But if you have at least 4 stacks of overpower, then some of your skills are going to apply 1 additional hex to enemies hit. So you're going to get 2 stacks of hex, right, for even more crit chance. And whenever you cast your occult Hellfire skills, you got a pretty decent chance at gaining volatility for 4 seconds. Remember, volatility is a thing that is going to empower your Hellfire skills, and the Ritualist is kind of all about Hellfire skills. So this actually kind of results in an interesting playstyle where, because the volatility only lasts 4 seconds, you might be encouraged to use a certain skill maybe when you weren't planning to, just because it's currently empowered. Then, the 3 fragments. The first one, your occult Hellfire skills consume 1 stack of hex on targets to increase damage. So remember, at baseline, we're applying more hexes, but this fragment is consuming hexes to deal more damage. This fragment also allows your occult Abyss skills to be empowered by volatility. Remember, normally volatility only buffs Hellfire skills. And this also makes your Abyss skills cause explosions, because AoE. And whenever you spend 50 Wrath, you gain 1 stack of overpower. The second fragment, your occult Hellfire skills are always empowered, and they consume 4% of your max life. This is the glass cannon, boys. Also with this, your volatility can stack up to 3 times, giving you an additional 10% damage per stack. And when you pop Volok's active button, he's going to give you some of his life. That's going to turn into Fortify on you, and he's going to pay your life costs. Then the last fragment here will make Hex stack up to a maximum of 4 instead of the normal 3 stacks. And if you reach 4 stacks on a target, then 100% of the damage dealt to that target echoes after 4 seconds and removes all Hex stacks. And whenever you command Volok, that's going to make you apply 1 additional Hex with certain skills. So let's sum this up again. Legion Shard is letting you summon a bunch of demons. You can spec into a bleed kind of build with it. Or you can sacrifice your demons to save yourself from crowd control, or just sacrifice them to explode them onto enemies. The Vanguard Shard lets you ride a demon hellhound into battle. Instead of quantity like the Summoner, it's more about quality demons. You have fewer but beefier demons helping you, and you're focused on buffing your own damage. The Mastermind Shard helps you buff your shadow damage spells while keeping you in stealth and sneaky, and gives you the option to pay a big price to summon an empowered demon. And then the Ritualist is all about those big fire spells, huge AoEs, explosions, glass cannon style, really maximizing damage. So now let's talk a little bit more about each of those builds, starting with the Legion Warlock. For his basic attack, he has Command Fallen. Yes, the classic Diablo demon, the Fallen. Command Fallen has you summon a Fallen lunatic. Those are the explodey ones. And we've attached one of the skill modifiers that will passively generate Fallen lunatics. Then as a core skill, we've got Bombardment. Sound familiar, Diablo 3 players? Yes, it's kind of similar to the Crusaders' Bombardment, except it is bombarding your enemies with demons. And we've got a modifier on this where if you cast multiple bombardments, it makes even more and even more demons fall. It is a rain in demons, and it's great. Then we have Wall of Agony. It's Witch Doctor time. Remember, have that zombie wall? With Wall of Agony, you are summoning a wall of demons. And what's interesting about the Warlock is this is the most MOBA style class in the game. And by that I mean there is a lot of opportunity for situationally, environmentally useful effects where you can block enemies, redirect them, trap them. So this Wall of Agony, for instance, will stop enemies. It's going to wall them off. You are controlling the battlefield. The wall also attacks enemies who come near, and we have a skill modifier where when the wall despawns, the demons just kind of free themselves and then can go attack enemies. Then we've got a skill called Rampage. This summons a rampaging brute demon for 10 seconds. And then for an ultimate, we have Fiend of Abaddon, and this one is sick. This summons a Giga Demon. It's going to sit there for 15 seconds, deal big damage. And we've got a modifier on it where if enemies survive more than 5 hits from the Fiend of Abaddon, then each subsequent hit is going to deal more and more and more damage. And it'll also extend the duration of your ult up to 60 seconds, from 15 seconds up to a potential 60 seconds. So this is super good for single target. Now looking at the Vanguard build, the basic skill selected is Hellion Sting. This is a medium-ranged bleed attack. As a core skill, we've taken Blazing Scream. This summons a fiery demon skull that roams around dealing fire damage. Is hilarious. And we've got a modifier that makes it shoot out smaller heat-seeking skulls. We also have a skill called Infernal Breath, which summons a demonic head for 7 seconds that breathes fire onto enemies. And we've got a modifier that makes it explode once its duration ends.
Bounce off walls and shit.
With the Vanguard Soul Shard, you additionally, when you summon this Infernal Breath, summon an additional demonic head that orbits you and spews flame. Then we're taking a sigil skill. There are 3 different sigil skills. Think of them sort of like curses or hexes on the ground. A sigil basically lays down an area and it's going to do something. So the sigil that we're taking this time is the Sigil of Chaos. What the Sigil of Chaos does is it lays down an area on the ground, and while you are inside it, you gain volatility. So it's giving you a buff. And we've got a modifier that makes this aura remain around us, which is pretty dang useful. And whenever we activate it, it's going to explode all of our lesser demons. Because remember, Vanguard is all about us and our powerful demons. We don't got time for lesser demons. Then for our ultimate, we're taking Metamorphosis. This is what transforms us into the demon. This gives us 25% more life, and while we're in this demon form, every kill is going to give us a damage buff, up to 100 kills, giving us 100% more damage.
Damn.
We also applied a modifier to our ult so that while we are a demon, whenever we kill an enemy, we gain a stack of sin. You can have up to 20 stacks of sin, and when your metamorphosis ends and you turn back into a normal dude, you will consume 1 stack of sin.
That's to be able to get shield.
A non-Archfiend skill. And what consuming a stack of sin does is grant you 3 Wrath and 3 Dominance. we might have said this, but there's very few ways to generate dominance. It just normally slowly recovers. And not only that, with this, you can actually overcap by 50%. So you can get 50% more than your max dominance and max wrath. And again, as we said, the other major thing about demon form is that while you are transformed into demon form, you have an entire extra set of skills to use. Now, this build is also using the Hellhound Abodian, and about him, I realized this is actually very similar to the Crusader's Steed Charge, because it lasts for a short time, you're going fast, you mount up, you ride, and also it's going to, if you pass through enemies, catch them and drag them along with you. So you're going to pull enemies just like with that Steed Charge rune in Diablo 3. That takes us to the Mastermind. His basic skill that he's using is Doom. Doom deals damage and applies a Hex. Remember, Hex makes enemies more susceptible to critical hits. And the modifier that we got is that when we kill an enemy who is hexed, it's going to spread the Hex to another enemy and damage them. Plus, whenever we cast Doom, it echoes 10% of its damage to all nearby hexed enemies. It's really helping spread that damage around. For our core skill, we're taking Dread Claws. This is a burst of 4 shadow damage claws. Remember, the Mastermind is the shadow damage caster. We're taking the skill Nether Step, which is very similar to Blood Rush from the Necromancer in D3. It's effectively a short-range teleport that gives you a move speed buff thereafter. It also grants you stealth. Now, from our Soul Shard, we have Tazroth, the Abyss Demon. Now again, what he passively does is, if enemies linger near him, he's going to apply Vulnerable, Weaken, and Slow to those enemies. Big debuffs. And whenever you activate him, when you actively command him, he's going to create a Terror Realm. This is a zone where all enemies in that zone get Vulnerable, Weaken, Slow, and it deals damage to them for every second that they are in this zone. Plus, while you are in that Terror Realm, you gain 1 stack of Shadow Form every quarter second. Remember, Shadow Form is that stealth buff. Then we got Profane Sentinel. This one's pretty crazy. It summons a demonic eye that shoots laser beams. It also makes enemies vulnerable. And we've got a skill modifier that makes it that when that laser beam locks onto an enemy, it's going to do more and more and more damage every second. 25% increased damage per second. Then for our ultimate, we're taking Terror Swarm. Terror Swarm is a shadow damage summon. Really, you're summoning a shadow demon that spawns a Terror Swarm, technically. And we've got a modifier on it that makes the Terror Swarm start off small and weak, but as it eats enemies, it grows larger and more powerful, and once it reaches its max size, it then splits, giving birth to another baby Terror Swarm that can then grow, and you can have a total of 3 Terror Swarms. Then for the Ritualist, for his basic, he's got Molten Bomb. You throw fire bombs at people. It's exactly what you think it is. And we've got a modifier that creates Brimstone on impact. And what Brimstone does is a patch on the ground, and if an enemy stays near it for at least 2 seconds, it explodes. For a core skill, we're taking Hell Fracture. This creates a fiery fracture in the ground that lingers there. And if you recast the skill, it's going to explode again. And we're taking a modifier that adds Lava Fissures that are going to snake between the fractures that burst for damage. So this is another thing that the Warlock has, is sort of like, I don't know if synergy is the word, but interactions between casts of its own skills. So you lay down one fracture, another fracture, and then lava fissures will appear between them. Then we're taking Dark Prison. This is a crowd control ability. This is going to chain enemies, tethering them in an area. And we're adding a modifier that, again, makes this super cool. It feels super MOBA. Again, it's exactly the kind of interaction I was just talking about. You can create 2 prisons. So you plop down a prison, and you plop down another prison, and now a link will appear between with this modifier. And if an enemy walks through that link, they're going to get yeeted into your most recent prison. The Warlock really has more ability for strategic placement of skills than any other class in the game. Then we're taking a Sigil skill, Sigil of Subversion. This hexes enemies in the area. And if you kill any enemies within the subversion, it's going to send forth shadow trails. And if you stand in a shadow trail, you're going to gain a stack of shadow form for every second that you're in there. And then for the ultimate, we're taking Apocalypse. Giant fiery apocalypse. Now, our Ritual Shard is giving us Volok as our demon buddy, and what Volok passively does is increase our max overpower by 4 and our max wrath by 40. And when we actively command him, we pop that active button, then he's going to overfill our overpower by an additional 2 and increase our wrath generation. So again, altogether 4 very different playstyles, but also what you probably noticed is, you know, especially you noticed for the Ritualist, it wasn't all just a bunch of fire spells. We actually took a few spells that you think would go for the Mastermind, right? Those more control spells, shadow spells. So you're not locked into like, oh, I'm taking the Ritualist, you know, Soul Shard, therefore I have to have only fire spells. So you can mix and match. There's a lot of opportunity to find unique combinations. Now we're going to take a look at the skill tree here, and this skill tree, this is what all the skill trees for all the classes are going to look like now. So all the passives are gone, and there is no more skill twig. You have a lot of choices to make for every skill. So first off, you can put up to 12 points into the base power of the skill. And then from there are 3 branches. 2 of those branches are little mini branches that have modifiers on them that are similar to the skill modifiers you know today, right? So today, for instance, if you take Hydra, you have like enhanced Hydra, and then you have 2 pretty basic options. Well, they just doubled those. So now you can pick 1 on both of those 2. And then furthermore, on the most interesting main branch, you can pick 1 of 3 options, and those are the transformative ones. Those options are more akin to Diablo 3's skill runes, which had a much bigger impact on changing exactly what a skill does. So I'm seeing a meta where you're still going to have some skills that are going to be 1-point dumps. There'll be some skills where you might want to take a transformative node. There'll be some skills where you might want to take one of those nodes on the sides. There's going to be a far more permutations now in what a skill looks like. So if I have Hydra and you have Hydra, we can be speccing our Hydras in entirely different ways. So at the top, of course, we have our basic skills. We covered the 4 that exist. We covered everything in the core skills as well. These are all of your Wrath spenders. Then we have defensive skills. We didn't cover all of those. We got Wall of Agony, we got Dark Prison, we got Nether Step, but there's also Tortured Wretch. This lets you summon a demon that damages and taunts enemies. Then we got Archfiend skills. These are skills that exploit demons, and these cost dominance instead of wrath. We spoke about 3 of them, but there's another one, Tyrant's Grasp. This summons a demon that pulls enemies away from you and damages them. Then there's those 3 sigil skills that create those debilitating areas. The one sigil we didn't talk about was Sigil of Summons, and your summons that are in this area are going to have their durations increased. And if you manage to kill 8 enemies within your Sigil of Summons, you're going to summon a powerful demon that'll stick around for 20 seconds, and you can have up to 3 of these powerful demons. The ultimates, we covered all 4 ultimate options. Altogether, the skill tree is something far more exciting now. It would take an eternity for me to go through each and every single node on each and every single skill. So we'll leave that as a surprise when the Warlock launches. Now, before we close, I want to hit upon a couple final things. The first is itemization. So we were running with level 40 characters, which is obviously not max level. Most of the gear that Blizzard had given us was yellow items with maybe 2 to 3 legendaries. So I assume this is meant to be a rough representation of what our gearing will look like by level 40. So we're not fully decked out in legendaries by level 40 anymore. It is mostly rares with just a handful of legendaries. And I was looking at the legendary powers, and what we're seeing is, again, very similar to the Paladin, where the legendary powers are not specific to one skill. It's not buffing one skill. It's all about keywords. So for instance, one of the legendary powers was whenever you summon a greater demon, you stun enemies, and lesser demons will do more damage against crowd-controlled enemies. So there's a whole swath of greater demons and lesser demons, so there's a lot of different builds that you can work this into. Another one, killing 30 enemies or demons, since there's ways to sacrifice your own demons, within 10 seconds gives you a buff for X seconds. So this is good for any kind of sacrifice build, or if you're just really good at killing enemies, I guess. Another legendary power example was gain 10 dominance. It's pretty straightforward. Another small thing I noticed is that rings now have implicit all resist on them, just like amulets. So instead of having a specific resist like fire or cold, they just have implicit all resist. Is that actually already a thing in the game? No, right? But then the last thing that I saw was a little hint at fishing. When I brought up my emote menu, I saw this right here. little fishing icon with the notification fishing unavailable. So I scoured the map for locations where maybe fishing was available. I went to docks, I went to rivers, I went to ponds, I went to a bunch of different bodies of water, but in every case, unfortunately, fishing was unavailable. So I think they just had it disabled. But based on that little brief glimpse, I'm guessing that fishing is going to be just a little cozy activity that you don't have to interact with. Since it's just a simple button, I'm imagining there's not any kind of real complicated mechanics built around this. But who knows? Speculation. So folks, that's my breakdown on the Warlock. I'm very hyped for this class, but I turn the question to you folks. What are your thoughts on the Warlock? What kind of Warlock are you most interested in running? Sound off in the comments, because that's going to wrap up this video. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my supporters for making these videos possible. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to join Rikers Raiders for more Diablo content.
This should be interesting. I'm done here. Yeah, hun. I was going. 15. Rough tangible. Yeah. I guess. But I was on. Thank you for saying something. I forgot about it. I guess. Appreciate you. Thank you.
어서 오세요. 좋은 물건들이 참 어디서 봤던 얼굴인데.
잘 오셨어요. 얼마 전에 고마워요.
Alright, guys, I think break tired. Again, want to show that I'm appreciative of you guys always checking me out. Right now, on the daily, you can hopefully, maybe if not tomorrow, then I'll try to stream on the week. But again, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Get blessed. Get up. God bless you guys. I'm trying to download. Excuse me, Diablo 4. Other than that, see you guys later. Peace.